Yo, what's up, programmer cat? Kind of sleepy day today. I feel kind of sleepy. Yesterday we got to the point of having the save and load, and I was coming into some problems, and so I have to debug them today. What is up? Nothing much. Just working on saving and loading, you know. Yeah. So, the problem appears to be in the right mesh node. I think it's here. As you can see, I have an aha here. So I'm guessing that this could be the problem. This UV map thing. I'm not really sure. I was pretty tired yesterday, so I don't know. If mn UV map, then I f-write it. Let's just try getting rid of it. And then seeing if something else happens here. Oh. Let's just see if it works without that one line. Because that's the problematic line that we had yesterday. I do play guitar. I went to art school for music. Okay, so let's just not do what the fuck I just did, because that's obviously not what we need to be doing. I need to press F10 and then F11. Okay. So now we die at the lights. We die at vpause equals m and s mn's 39 translation and render. During what, perhaps? What do we fail at rendering? It's a debug thing. It's during the debug for this. mn's 39 translation. Oh, well, that was just a bug, wasn't it? That was just a bug, wasn't it? Okay, so I suppose we're compiling now. We are compiling. And everything disappeared. Oh, god damn it. Let's try something. Let us go to dynamic.frag and see. Let's try and just do the direct lighting. No. Let's try just doing albedo. Let's try just doing red. No. Okay. Oh, I don't add everything to the draw buffer again. Oh, that's probably what it is. After I load, I should add everything to the draw buffer again and do all of that. In editor, I have everything that needs to happen. Upload scene data, upload lights. Yeah. Add all meshes to buffer, probably. So let's just do that at the end of the load. Declare identifier VL. Okay. So add all meshes to buffer. We need to take in render.h And we should be good to go now. I'm making a good progress with the engine. Thank you. I hope that I am. Good afternoon. Okay, now everything is red. UV map. Right, because we didn't copy the UV map. We didn't copy the UV map. You know I'm such a fool for you. Ooh, ooh, you got me wrapped around your face. Okay, so we have to figure this out. I think that this is the final bug here. Yeah, this is tough. We could write a... Yeah, I don't know why this isn't working, to be honest. We have to debug printed out. So everything should be static. Everything should be static. If you go down to Hammond, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. No UV map all the way down. Why? 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 Don't we set up that UV map during the... Don't we guaranteed set that up during init UV islands? Build UV islands. We definitely have them. We definitely build it. Because otherwise we would be crashing immediately. See, building. Then they end up null. If you go with that fella, you'll never come back. Hey, what's up, Kyle? Just debugging. That's all. Kind of having a sleepy day. I stayed up way too long last night. Oh. 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 Yeah. 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 I get it. 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 Okay. So we have to F write a Boolean then. Can you help Dota 2 vac unban? I'm sorry, I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I'm sorry. If you go with that fella, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. We're not done after this, by the way. I still have some other bugs because I commented out stuff just trying to get it to work, so we probably have more to go after this, but here's hoping that it's not that bad. Yeah, I stayed up late last night. I was working on getting my PS2 working for the free McBoot memory card thing or whatever so that I can play games. And I played Silent Hill 3 last night, which was a lot of fun. Yeah. I've never played Silent Hill 3 before. Only 1 and 2, so I was always looking forward to playing it. But yeah, I played it on the original hardware and it was a lot of fun. It's pretty incredible, that game, because there's like Moire effects everywhere and it's like super, lo-fi. But that was the standard back then, to have these Moire effects and things like this. Nowadays people are, up in arms about it. I remember when I had the Moira effects on my first PS2 engine that was at 480p, and people were like, "Oh, it's so ugly" or whatever. But it's for me, it's like the coolest thing ever. So yeah. If you go down to Hammer, you'll never come back. Anyway, I have to get headphones so that I can play. Okay, so we had an invalid parameter passed to C runtime function. So I have to figure that out. We're gonna not be red anymore. F2. Okay. So we have a few bugs. Seemingly. The materials, everything seems to go to the wrong material. If you go down to Hammond, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. What effects? I've never seen the PS2. It's Moire. So basically at like low resolutions. Okay, so if something is like a high resolution texture, a higher resolution than the resolution of your monitor, basically like if you stare at a brick wall from like very far away on the PS2, you'll get these what's called Moire effects. You can look it up, Moire. It's like the pixel doesn't know if it should be black or white right? Because it's at a low resolution, rasterizing at a low resolution, and so it'll like crawl as you move the camera around. Anyway, there's a scene in Silent Hill 3 right at the beginning where Heather is walking down this alleyway, and there's like, it's like brick and then this fence on the other side, and it's just like there's just so much crawling textures on the wall. And modern, because we have such high resolution, we don't get those effects anymore, but this was like common back then. And like me growing up in the PS2, I never, it's solved with min-maps. Yeah, exactly. But like growing up in the PS2, I never like noticed it because that was just like that was how games looked, So, but yeah, I honestly like how it looks. It's just Silent Hill 3 is such a visually kind of cool game. Obviously Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 1 get a lot of the credit, but I think like the art direction in terms of like visual style for Silent Hill 3 is like really cool. Really, really cool. Really, really creepy, really cool. Obviously like it's not as much of a classic, I'd say, as like Silent Hill 2, obviously, but I'm going to finish it. I've got a bunch of games on now that I have the PS2 set up. It was kind of a pain in the ass to set up because I had to burn a disc and then load it onto the memory card and all that. I want to play Drakengard so bad. I've always wanted to play Drakengard because I've avoided spoilers for it because I want to experience it because I think it's just so right up my alley. And I also want to play Xenosaga 1 to 3. Just I love Xenoblade Chronicles. It's just I think that the people who made these games are just like they get it. They get something that other people don't. They're like super philosophical, super heady. Literally the Xenosaga names are all Nietzsche quotes. It's very pretentious but cool. So I want to play that as well as Silent Hill 3, and I want to play SMT3 Nocturne. But I think probably in that order. I want to play Drakengard first, just because I've like that game just seems so up my alley. It's just like super dark, super bleak, super kind of like philosophical. I've never played Nier. But it's by the same guy who made Nier. It was like their first game, so. But yeah, I never played Nier, but as far as I can tell, it's like right up my alley in terms of taste. But yeah, I have to get around to playing it. Okay, so where would this bug be? So basically, in our submeshes, we have a thing that tells us what material we have. So if I had to guess, it would probably be the submeshes that are the problem. If I had to guess. But this is like a very simple thing, the submesh, so. Yeah. The material just points to the material. So I wonder why. I do wonder why. Unless we're not loading the materials in right, which is also entirely possible. Oh, we don't actually... Oh, we don't actually load in the images again. Right. Also, This save and load thing is completely leaking memory, by the way. We don't free anything, so that's something also I have to write. I have to remember to write that, but yeah, this doesn't free anything. This just allocates over everything. So yeah. I have to remember to do that. We are going to need the path type and name. So I looked up, can I actually do this with strings? Can you F-write and read strings like this? I always forget. I think you can. I think that it's fine. I think that it saves the null terminator. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It is fine. So the tricky thing is then loading in these files, loading in these images, which I have to figure out what, that you're overusing raw pointers. This is C. This is C. What do you mean overusing raw pointers? There's no alternative. This is C. What are you talking about? Okay. Overusing raw pointers. Okay. Can't you just make variables on stack? Not heap? For what? You're talking about my vectors? All of this needs to be on heap. There are things that are on stack for sure. Like the asset instances are on stack. The entities are on the stack. The physics component. Everything that needs to be changed during runtime. Our textures do not need to be on the stack. They can be allocated on the heap. Same with our materials. Same with our meshes. They don't change. They're loaded in before anything changes, and they stay the same. Haven't used raw pointer in a long time. This is C. C likes a fork of Vim or completely separate editor. Completely separate. It's similar to Vim, but it has different bindings. For example, it's the opposite of Vim, right? So, for example, if you go GL, that goes to the end of the line. I think in Vim it's the other way around. It's good because it's more visual, right? Like if you press W, it selects, right? That's what I like about it. Add an image to registry. The problem is that this vector expands as well. I don't really want to do that. Vim doesn't have line numbering. I guess base Vim doesn't probably. I don't know. I haven't used it in a long time. Yeah, I need to save if it's sRGB or not. That's what I need to do for this. I need to save if it's sRGB. Also, we should expand all of this to 255. Hey, what's up, Cheese? Nothing much. Just working on some bugs. Well, not really bugs, just basically I'm making the save scene, save load stuff. So that's what I'm working on. We should be able to just load it like this using the file name. Instead of actually allocating it like this, we could just fread the count and then load them in as we go. I changed the look. Yeah, I guess the theme a while ago. I appreciate that you think it's cool. Yeah, I think what I'll probably do is that it just seems a bit sketchy, but no, you know what? I won't do that. I won't do that. I won't do that. We'll load the texture manually. We'll load the texture manually like this. Yeah, we'll load the texture manually like this. Is way safer. If you go down to Hammond, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. I could have copied it, I know. That's my bad. If you go with that fella, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. The load texture should take in just the image pointer at this point. Because I kind of need the channels and the width and the height and shit. I don't know how I get those otherwise. I think I do have something that I get them with otherwise. I have to. Probably in GLTF, where I load the GLTF images. Load GLTF texture. No, I don't get the width and the height. Or the channels. Yeah, because I like to get the images afterwards here. It's awkward. It is indeed awkward. Okay, we won't worry about it then. We won't worry about it. Add image to registry handles the I, right? Yeah, so we need to do this. Image I equals I. Right. Right, I default the channels to 4. I think we'll just continue with this for now. And let's see if that works and fixes the material problem. Do I play guitar? I do. I went to school for music. Okay, that worked. That worked. Okay, we saved and we loaded. What we did fail with were the default. What we saw here was, if I can get to it, it said failed to load. Well, I don't even know where it is. It said failed to load here. It failed to load DD, DN, DA, EM, DL. Those are the default textures, the dummy textures that we shouldn't probably touch and show. And so we probably should just yeah. You're also a musician trying to get into programming. That's awesome. That is sick. Guitar Diary. That's sick. Yeah, I did music and I produced music for a number of years. But since I was a teenager, I was also doing programming. But then I ended up going to this high school, and then I did this internship with music production and stuff like that, and then I ended up going to school for music instead. I never really got if popular or famous or whatever, but I obviously care a lot about art, so that is 100% a big part of my whole deal, so yeah. Yep. I like guitars a lot. I like Teenage Fan Club and Big Star and all that, so. Okay. So how are we going to deal with the default dummy textures? We could just have a number of the amount of them and then just skip saving and loading them. And then just offset the buffer afterwards. Yeah, we could do that. I wonder what this invalid parameter pass to C runtime function is, because this has been happening consistently at this point with this, and it's after whole count 1, that printout for whole count 1. Yeah, it's on every single one too. So I'm gonna assume that there's some uninitialized buffer or something that's within here. Never come back. Am I just straight up? No, I'm not. I'm not straight up missing anything. Wait, what? Oh, I skipped this. Right, it ends here. The whole stuff. It's got to be within the whole stuff. Invalid parameter. past a C runtime function. I could try not saving each like one of these at a time, and then see which one is the problematic one, because it's one of these three arrays. It's either the vertices, the faces, or the whole faces. That's the problem. I'm just looking for any obvious issues. Honestly, I should have made a function that does a vector. I was saying that yesterday, but I was just rushing through it because I wanted to get it done before I went to dinner. So I kind of... whole faces. Whole faces. A whole face. A whole face. A whole face has an array. I mean, that it should write the whole array, no? It should just write the array. We can try getting rid of it and then see if that's what the problem is. We can try to see if that's the problem. If you go with that fella, you'll never come back. In my opinion, you're on the wrong track. Okay. Okay, let's see. No, it actually still kept going. Keeps going. Huh. Huh. Do you think I can be self-taught in programming and be as good as me? Well, I'm pretty much exclusively self-taught. I took AP Computer Science when I was in high school, and that's pretty much it. I did very well in it. I like pretty much just like programmed all the time when I was in high school. When I was taking that class, I got really like deeply into it. But then I did music obviously for a number of years. And then I came back to it. I think you can be totally fine, doing programming self-taught. I think the hard part with the big self-taught thing is really is getting a job. If you want to like actually get a job, it's quite hard without a degree and without like experience and like internships or whatever. Getting your foot in the door is really difficult. But if you are looking to learn to like make your own projects and if and that sort of thing, then I think that it's completely possible, right? But it does take a lot of time, for sure. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you got to kind of dedicate a lot of time to. I've spent like kind of years in this one room doing it, So it's actually, it has to be this, no? Invalid parameter passed to a C runtime function on the centroid or the AABB. That is so strange. That is really strange. I mean, obviously I'm not like the greatest programmer ever though, you know, so. Okay, so I'm starting to believe that it actually has nothing to do with the holes now. Because this is actually per mesh, I just realized. This is per mesh. So it actually has nothing to do with the holes. It's probably something down here. I'm looking at the F write stuff, not the F read. Okay. So let's just assume that it's not any of that. Lots of great programmers self-taught anyway, like Carmack. Yeah, definitely. I think there's like a lot of different paths. Like for me, I guess my kind of goal is to eventually just like make projects that eventually are able to get me some sort of income or whatever. But it's kind of a tough path, tougher than not going to school. Yeah, Carmack is the best. Quake is the fucking best. Yeah. So I did this correctly, right? Point. And then this is mesh face, yeah. When I use C++, I get asked this question a lot, and usually my answer is like, I don't really like object-oriented programming. Like, obviously, I learned it in school, and it was all that I knew up until I tried C. And once I tried C, I didn't want to program in another language after it. It's the fastest language to write. It's the fastest language to run. I don't really see a reason to use another language, especially for the shit that I do. That's like kind of close to the hardware. I think having, data-oriented kind of programming just gives you so much freedom, and you don't get locked into inheritance structures and things like this. In C, everything is very simple, meaning that there's usually one way to fix a problem, In C++, there's a lot of different ways to fix problems, and you end up thinking about those things more than writing the code. At least that's been my experience with it, right? I wonder if it's a triangle adjacency. This is kind of sketchy. I think that honestly the only way we're going to figure our way through this, if M static mesh, I do set it if static mesh, I do. Oh shit. I have an F right here instead of an F read. Okay, that's what the bug was. Okay, we found it. That's what it can be. It's not the default paradigm. I guess not. But I don't know. There's always this argument that people make with me that like just because you have it as as a as a part of the language doesn't mean you can use it. You could just write C in C++, like, and just have it be compiled as C++ or whatever. But it's just, then why not just write C at that point and compile it as C, right? I mean, that's my opinion on it. Okay, so fixing that error actually caused more problems for us. We got an invalid allocation size when we did that. Okay. But obviously I've written C++ as well. But I don't prefer abstraction. I like to write my own vector implementations and things like this. I like macros. I like a lot of the stuff in C that makes it unsafe, you know. I prefer it a lot more. Hey, what's up, Anna? Is it possible that a mesh doesn't have BVH indices? I mean, honestly, I'm going to guess that this was covering up this bug and that this is the problematic portion of code. Yeah, what did I say, Anna? I said that we were not going to get the save and load stuff right the first time. That is what I said. Okay. We still have an invalid allocation size. Okay, well, let's just print out then. Let us print out then. We don't get to the second one, right? No, we don't. Let us print out the leaf indices count. See if this is garbage. You mind if I publish it? Yeah. I mean, why would I have a problem with that? Why would if you make them public, do you want me to delete them? Or is that why? Yeah, I mean, whatever you want. I don't know. I don't mind anything. BVH indices might not be to M tries count, by the way. BVH indices actually go, oh no, but this is per triangle, so it does go to M tries count. Wanted your assets, they're not my assets, they're your assets. I'm just using them because they're fun. Okay. Having this as a F right was apparently, that was a load bearing bug. That was a load bearing bug. What? That was a load bearing bug. I'm guessing that we're not getting to nodes that count either. I'm guessing that it's something with the adjacent indices now. Oh, I got rid of this. Oh, I commented all of this shit out. Oh. Yeah, comment this stuff back in. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's why. I commented this out by accident. Because we were testing. Okay. 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 Okay, let's just test this. Yeah, I mean that's very awesome of you. Okay, so we're still getting. Okay. Once again, we have an F. Oh wait, we were F reading inside of here. Oh, okay. So this, just get rid of this line then. Okay, let's just make sure that I have everything commented in that needs to be commented in. Because, okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine now. Yeah, the hallway acid is cool. Well, I'm glad that that's going well then. Okay, I need to bring back the printouts then. I do have the printouts. Oh. Is M not static mesh? M might not be static mesh for some reason. Oh no. Okay, that was a load bearing bug. That was a load bearing bug. Okay, check if it's a static mesh. Also make sure. Let's see if it's a static mesh. Because everything should be a static mesh. Everything should be a static mesh. If you go down to Hammond, you'll never come back. Yeah, I've got to try the, oh. I've got to try the, yeah, I wrote this really quickly last night, if you remember. And I made some interesting choices with what I wrote. So okay, there we go. We got it. Okay, we got it. We figured out the bug. Now the collision crash that we just had was because we had this commented out. Never come back. Is temporarily stable so less swimming? But it's less stable. Yeah, blue noise seems like pretty nice. Yeah. I don't know if I can use blue noise though for anything that I do, unfortunately. Okay, the light changed a little bit. But that did seem to load fine. Otherwise. Never come back. I think it's because of the dummy light map is getting overwritten. Yeah, we have to fix the dummy materials. Not deleting the dummy materials. Or saving the buffer for them. What BRDF do I use for my direct indirect? I use the BRDF lookup table. I don't know what it is exactly. I use the BRDF lookup table with the cosine theta and the roughness. And then I do times the F0 to get the specular. So that's what I do there for the specular. But for the direct indirect, I just use the GGX Fresnel thing. But honestly, I looked it up once what I was supposed to do for PT. Yeah. I used the Fresnel whatever, it's the Fresnel Schlick formula. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to be using, but I looked it up once what I'm supposed to do, and then I just like copied the formula, and then I just haven't done anything to it. I don't know if I'm supposed to change it or whatever. I looked it up, and then I asked Jarvis, like, hey, is this like the cheapest version that I could do this because I have bad hardware? And it was like, okay, you know, use the Fresnel Schlick. That's what it said. So I was like, okay, then I'll do that. But I haven't really looked into if I should use a different BRDF. But I use the same thing for the indirect and direct. I'm pretty sure it's like basically the same thing. Except the direct has more stuff in it. This just does the raw. Yeah, for indirect, that's what I do for the bake. That's exactly what I do. I guess I should do next event estimation. I already do kind of it, I guess, but not exactly. But yeah, Jarvis did say something about it when I was implementing it, so I should probably do it. I don't know if it probably isn't that painful, but yeah, don't know what it would take. We load texture from the image path. We could have a define for the dummy textures. And then just set them up in a function. Let me see how we set up our dummy textures and see if that's possible. So I just do this all the way down. So we could just make this a function. We already do have it as a function, init default textures. Yeah, we just call this function and then just offset it by the amount of default textures. For a way to cosine random, do I use random for U and V? Since it's on the GPU, right? I have like a hashing function that I got from Jarvis for it. But yeah. For the rand, because apparently there's no like, you know, rand on the GPU. How I used to do it was this. Was that I did this over a grid, right? Was you float U and V, and then I had it quantized to a grid, and that seemed to work pretty good. But now I just use rand and no grid for it. So maybe my samples are bad because I don't have blue noise. Is that what you're saying? But I don't know how to do any of the rand stuff because every time I look it up, it just tells me to do a hashing function with pre-computed blue noise. That's warp to golden ratio noise. Oh yeah, that's what you sent me. Okay, then maybe I should do that as well then. Maybe I should do that as well. So you want to init default textures here. Yeah, this is awkward. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it define default textures, which is our dummy textures, and just have it as like as 5. I think it's 5. It's either 5 or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stacking these women cubes up to heaven. When I get to 110, then I'll be the king of men, the king of men, the king of men is strong and strong, stacking women cubes all day long. That you load from disk. Okay. Yeah, I might be able to pre-compute it on load, I guess. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I will give it a shot. And I'll try it. 4, 5. Is it really just 5? 2. I guess it is 5. Give maybe some, I mean, yeah, anything that would make it slightly faster. I think next event estimation, what I was worried about with next event estimation is that it would make like a less physically correct result, but I guess since it always is going to converge to the same result, then it doesn't matter maybe. But apparently if other people use it, then it should be fine, right? We load it into count. What is the way we want to do this? I could load it into capacity instead of count, and then you could also have this not vector expand it. Yeah, I probably should look at it so that my bakes get faster. Maybe we just don't malloc again. Maybe we just realloc. And then start at default textures. if old count is less than yeah. So you could do fast iterations. Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. I could do that. You are totally right. Okay, let's see if this works. Fuck. Yeah. 1456 is gonna be right. Oh. 1456 is here. Maybe I corrupted the stack. Oh wait, gold. No. And try and make all the seg fonts you know about trigger. Yeah. Did I change anything for the F right on this? I don't think so. No. Oh no. Start at default textures. That's what it is. I almost got stuck on that because I didn't really understand what was happening. Okay, so it still gets darker. It still gets darker. It still gets darker. Why would it get darker? That might be hard to figure out, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you should definitely do next event estimation. It probably isn't that insane to do, I feel like. It's probably not that insane to do. I wonder if it's the lightmap data, but we shouldn't be touching it anyway. We shouldn't be touching that anyway. Because we don't even have a lightmap for this. I will look at the let's just try doing, let's just see what lighting it is then. So let's just try this, then try this. Okay, so the lighting did change for direct diffuse. I wonder if we can try just albedo. Oh shit. Right mesh node scene save. 659. Okay. The UV map seems wrong. I never set it to null in the other case. Let's just see raw albedo. Okay, so it's not the albedo. Then it has to be the lighting. Or the materials. One of those two. Let's try standard factors with no funny business. Isn't research complicated? Everything you've said about it seems complicated. Seems like the lights change. Like, I don't think it's materials. I think it's the light that literally changes. I didn't really think about the lights because the lights are pretty simple. I just have the lights at the bottom here. These are on RGB. Actually, no, they are. They have the padding. Oh, I never re-upload the lights, do I? Upload lights, upload material data. Maybe that's it. R knots? I don't think so. No, it still happens. Well, we might be here for a while. We may be here for a fucking while. Yeah, I don't think that we do have them. They make the best biscuits. I don't even think we have like biscuits. Is that stupid? I mean, we have biscuits that you can like buy at like places to eat, you know? Like you can go to Popeyes and get biscuits, right? But like I don't think that we have like, you know, like you can just like go to the store and like, I feel like that's like an English thing or like an Australian thing. I don't know. We don't really have like biscuit culture, you know. You guys call biscuits cookies. Oh, I see. Yeah, we have like Entenmann's, and we have like Oreo. For I don't know. I don't eat a lot of cookies. I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what could possibly cause something like this. What could possibly cause this? Because I'm hard coding the roughness in metallic. Unless it's the normal maps. How about this? Oh, this is going by matte diffuse. Oh, but we already checked just the raw albedo. And it wasn't that. Scones, biscuits? Possibly. I haven't had that many scones. No, scones are like the small things with like jam inside of them, no? Or like things inside of them, yeah. Wait, that worked? Oh, it's the normal maps. The fuck? It's probably because we're loading them in sRGB instead of RGB, probably. Which, like, I don't know how to fix that, to be honest. Because I already have the thing where we put it to... Oh. I was just writing this code and then I just literally did... I just didn't even like it. I wrote that code on purpose so that I could have the sRGB information, and then I just wrote it to true, just random. Like I don't know why I did that. Okay, there we go. It's loading fine. I think Oreos are pretty much everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I don't really eat a lot of cookies. We have like Tate's cookies. Do you know about Tate's cookies? Oh, scone. I see. Yeah, we call them scones. I don't really eat a lot of like sweets or whatever. But we have like Entenmann's like donut holes and shit like that. Okay, now time to free everything. Now time to free everything. Now time to stop the memory leaking. This is the fun part. Everything but images gets reallocated completely. Just kill it. We should really have made this a function. Yeah, we should have made this a function. In fact, I'm just gonna make one now. I don't know why I didn't make it a function. I just literally, like, I was so annoyed yesterday. Like, size T byte size. There we go. This might be a very stupid question, but I'm new to graphics programming and I'm learning OpenGL. I'm trying to render a circle. Well, a circle is interesting. You can look up how to do it in terms of the UVs, right? You have to do something where you render a square, but you do something with the UVs. I forget the equation exactly to basically cut it to a circle. But you can Google exactly that. Turning a quad to a circle in OpenGL, and it'll give you the exact UVs that you need to do with it. If you don't know what UVs are, it's basically like texture coordinates, right? But in this case, UVs are going from 0 to 1, and you're gonna want to make it so that when you're near the corners, you just don't render it, right? And so basically what that equation is going to do is that you're just going to discard the pixels that are, that are not on the circle, if that makes sense. So that's how you render a circle in OpenGL. Yeah. It is kind of strange because it's different from rendering, a triangle or a square, since hardware works with those things. So rendering a circle is a bit weird, right? Because it's two triangles, but then we're going to cut out cut it out, kind of like, a cookie cutter sort of thing, right? But yeah, it's not a stupid question, because it's not a trivial thing, right? It's not a trivial thing. Do I still have HBBD? I do. I do. Yeah, it's never gonna go away, right? Which used to bother me a lot, but I've just gotten so used to it at this point where it's never gonna go away. I've been sober for years and years now. But it affects me all the time. Then it usually go away. For some people, yeah. Some people like me just have it forever. I think when I first got it, I had only done acid like twice, right? And then I just got it like straight up. Like I was going to art school, and we just we would do acid and hang out, and we were at a party, and I did acid, and then I hit a dab pen, and then I just had like a really bad trip, and then when I woke up, I just had this shit, right? And then it really like fucked me up, because I was like pissed off that like my vision was so fucked up, like it was really bad. And so I just did more drugs, which was probably not the correct decision, because I was like pissed off, and so I kind of went off the rails with like doing a lot of drugs for a while, and then I ended up in a ward and stuff. But I think just like the increased drug addiction over the years didn't help it, for sure. But unfortunately, there are people like me that just get it, and then you just have it now. But I definitely think it's it's not as bad as an affliction as like my bipolar or whatever. Like, definitely not, right? What's up, Rob? How you doing, Rob? Rob. What are we gonna do with you, Rob? What are we gonna do with you, huh? What are we gonna do with you, Rob? Yeah, I should have just made this function before. I don't know why I didn't do that. It's that simple. It's literally that simple. I don't know why I didn't just do that. I was just really lazy last night, because I was just like cracked out of my mind trying to get it done, and I didn't just make a function that did it. Which is also, this is supposed to be a size t, or no, this one isn't a vector. That's why. That means we have to do this one manually. Crazy bro, I didn't know such a thing existed until you saw my video. I thought the worst thing that could happen is like it was like a bad trip. Nah, you know, there's just not a lot of like publicated stuff on it. Honestly, I kind of hate it because when I got it right, there was like so much like stigma, right? Like I was when I went to see psychiatrist, the psychologist, and the psych ward, and all that shit. Like they just like basically thought that I had psychosis, right? And so they just gave me like a lot of antipsychotics at the time and things like this, and no one really believed me. Uh, but yeah, because there's not like a lot of like documented stuff about it, especially to like the extent that I have it, where I like straight up like it's like everything is just like flashing all the time at me. Like when I look at the wall, like it's just like there's so much noise that it's like it creates like these sort of like stratified colors that like kind of like flash, right? It's like very fucking annoying, to be like perfectly honest. But yeah, it it was also annoying because like when I got it right, like everybody at school like kind of felt guilty about the fact that they sold me the drugs. Maybe it wasn't legit LSD, like who knows, right? But like it kind of alienated me from people because they felt kind of guilty, and now I had this thing that was like their fault or whatever. Um, so I don't know. I think that like the hippie community that I was around back then, like I'm glad that I distanced myself from that, like because I don't believe in the whole like let's do drugs and have sex and be like super in touch with like it's literally like so damaging to your brain and your soul to do drugs, even psychedelics, it really is. Like there's no kind of excuse for it in my opinion. um it doesn't like widen your perspectives on any like it's that's bullshit, it's I think any drugs are bad for you, coming from someone who's done a lot of them. Like I can't smell anymore for example because of my fucking the shit that I put up my nose, so it's definitely fucked with my head. But yeah, any advice I would have for young people out there is to not do drugs. Had a phase of different psychedelics. Now I get that too. I literally don't take anything, including alcohol. Yeah, I mean that's the way to go. I mean, I have like a lot of trauma and mental problems, so I think I've coped with them a lot using substances over the years. Definitely, like when things got bad, I would always just like become an alcoholic for the period of that episode and stuff like that. I'm glad that I have people keeping me in check nowadays, because otherwise, I'm bipolar, right? Like I have these episodes where I just can't think clearly. So I'm glad that I have people keeping me in check, because otherwise I don't think I would be able to do it. But I don't know. I'm glad that I separated myself from that, because there are genuinely so many people out there that are like kind of convinced that like the rock star sort of like musician lifestyle, I guess, was what I was like in the midst of. So yeah, I've noticed also, but not for the same reason. Well, I'm glad that you can relate, because honestly it kind of sucks. I can't smell literally anything. um Damn, that does suck. Yeah, I think also the overdoses definitely fucked with my brain. I think every time I came back, I just got a little less, less in the dome, But yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody actually comes on the stream and asks about the HPBD thing, which I'm surprised, because I've had that video up for a very long time. I don't think I've ever been asked about it once, which is surprising because in real life, when I tell people about it, everybody like acts like it's the craziest thing in the world, you know? People on here don't seem to mind. We're going to get rid of the code later. I just want to make sure that we do it right. Also, this isn't vec3, this is mesh face. On down the line. Yeah, so everything that we don't do this read vector for, we have to do if m. Well, actually, m is never going to have, yeah, m is never, because we do it here. So if globals.meshes.buffer free yeah, the password, the pattern is a init vector, just to be safe. Yeah, I think most people do. I've had that video up for so long. I don't know how many years it's been. Probably like 5, something like that. Since the smell slowly faded over the years. Yeah. Yeah, apparently this sort of thing can just happen. It can also happen with like allergies or things like this. What did I study? I studied music composition. I went to an art school for music composition, and then after I exited, or got kicked out, left, you know, who knows what happens really. Then I went briefly to business school because I was in a lot of debt and I wanted to make money, and then I realized that everybody there was just like super racist and mean, and so then I went for literature, and that didn't work out because I had an episode and then dropped out. So I think that me in college just didn't get along very well, you know, so I don't think I'm ever gonna go back, but yeah, I did enjoy college when I was like actually going to class and doing the work, right? But every time, I mean, like after one semester or whatever, I would just eventually just crash. You know, something in my life would happen, whether it was a girl or it was this or it was that, and then I would just, you know, I would just leave. You know, I'd just straight up just go off the rails or whatever. So yeah, that is my thing, you know. We'll do the vector stuff in a second here. Let's just do the exterior stuff first. I always regret making this GLTF skin. I just think it's weird that it's the only thing with that convention. The reason why it has that convention is kind of an old story with the old engine. Okay. And the last one is the lights. We're actually getting the save and load done. So this is fairly, I'm fairly happy about all of this because, you know, very surprised that we're getting it done. Okay. So all of these vectors need to get read the same way, I think. But it looks impossible, bro. What the fuck is this? Honestly, like once you do it for enough hours, then it just starts making sense. My sister is learning how to program in school right now, and she has the same like sort of overwhelmed thing. But I think that she's slowly getting to the point where she actually like can read code and, you know, get it. I think it just takes like a level of doing it for enough hours, and then you can just suddenly you have the, you know, you have the zone, you know. Oh, actually this read vector isn't gonna work for any of this because these aren't zeroed. Oh. 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 Then what you need to do is you need to go m submeshes dot buffer equals null just to set it to null so that it doesn't free itself. Because I have it that it checks for the buffer before it frees it. So for stuff that never got set to null, then we have to do this. When you go down to Hammond, you'll never come back. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. Only just a little bit left. What music do you listen to? Sound wise enough to the point where I want to know. I listen to a lot of stuff. Probably my favorite bands are the Field Mice, Teenage Fan Club, Big Star. I like John Martin. I like Prefab Sprout. I like Brighter. Pretty much anything from Sarah Records is pretty much top tier in my book. Listen to a lot of different shit. I'm obviously a huge Elliott Smith person. Very, very close to my kind of identity. Yeah. Probably that. I think so. Probably somewhere around that. We'll listen to a lot of weird pop stuff as well, like Blanche 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 and Fivella's Glauc, you know. Anything by Zach Phillips as well. Yeah. That would pretty much be my picks as a person, as the stuff that kind of defines me. I'll never come back. But I'm flattered that I don't know any of these. I thought I knew about music. Well, you know, it's kind of like I'm cheating, right? Because I did go to music school, right? You know? Oh, and Cardiacs. I forgot about Cardiacs, yeah. So I kind of have a leg up since that was kind of like my whole everything I studied and did, right? But you know, believe it or not, most of that stuff I got into after music school. Also, we have this F right here, which is interesting that that was there. Most of that I got into after music school anyway. But yeah. Oh, I didn't do the types here. Whoops. Yeah, this looks so much cleaner than what we were doing before. And if we free the skins, the problem with freeing the skins is that we don't free everything that's on the skins, obviously. So we have to go through all of our types and then free things manually now. So, porcupine tree was obscure. I don't know porcupine tree. So you do have me there. So we have to free all of them. Which sucks. There's no way to put it other than it sucks. All right, peace out. Thanks for hanging. Good to meet you. Yeah, the save and load stuff is such a process to do all of this. It really is. This is my opinion on ECS systems. They're useful for very few things. Like I have an ECS for my physics components and for a couple of other things. I think that they're pretty useless unless you're actually using them for the purpose that they're used for, which is cache lines and just better, cache uses, right? If you're actually using them as like an SOA thing. I think that people don't even know that that's the purpose of it, right? And so it just overcomplicates their code for no reason. I think it's useful for very few amount of things. If you're using it for everything, then you probably are just, wasting your own time. But it's useful for specific things. Yeah, that's my take on it. Everyone that's ever said C is an unsafe language because you just leak memory is, just look at what I'm doing right now. And then tell me if we're on the same page. So I don't think that we are on the same page. This animation buffer thing probably doesn't even get allocated or touched. So I should probably just remove this animation buffer thing. Just so that we don't have to worry about it. It's not even being used. Designing an ECS system at Odin. Build something for maximizing CPU cores and cache hits. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? And that's why I have it for my physics component, right? For my physics components, right? Because, it's just for cache. But people do it for in video game designing for things that are like an inventory system, like a this and a that, and it's you should just do object-oriented programming at that point. Just I don't know. I see that a lot, and it kind of bothers me that people are just doing it just, you know. I think you could use it for like enemy AI or something. Yeah. There's really no point. You can have a behavior, like in my old engine, right? I had a behavior system with like callback things and, you know, like function pointers and things like this. That worked fine for like scripting purposes, but it doesn't require a component, you know, like it doesn't, that's a completely separate kind of structure, you know. But yeah. Do mesh nodes have, they do have the UV map that we need to, this texel list I'm pretty sure never gets used anymore because we're on the GPU, so we can comment that out. But I've been thinking about if I make some sort of finite state machine API that auto maps onto the ETS system. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I feel like I've probably done that before. Possibly. I never really got into like the animation event stuff deeply. I kind of like quit before I got to that point. But I'm getting to that point soon here, probably like within the next few weeks, where I need to do that. Dude, what the fuck? UV mapping, yeah. The tricky part is the meshes. The meshes has so much shit that we need to fucking free. So much shit that we need to free. How old is this project? Probably like 2 months now. And map the specific state attributes to the components. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, I'd have to like actually understand the structure. I feel like I'm too stupid. But I don't think you could map it in a way that makes sense without having state attributes defined in such a way. You could say the state attributes for different states are essentially the same. The same component, yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to understand. It is hard for me to understand. My event system was much simpler than that, I think. Yeah, that seems pretty heavy. I'm probably too stupid to understand it just via text to be honest. I probably am just literally too stupid to understand that. I'm sorry. It is kind of hard without like knowing the system to kind of understand what the what state attributes kind of are, I guess. Or like what it would be used for. But yeah, I never implemented like proper scripting in my engines as well, so things like that are kind of over my head. Tying the ECS system straight into the renderer. Interesting. To avoid any bottlenecks between the runtime and the actual rendering. Yeah, I get that, but what part of the ECS needs to be rendered, I guess? Maybe I missed what you were originally saying that this was for. Need to be rendered per se, but the core game logic triggers what needs to be rendered. I suppose. It kind of makes sense. So it, based on what you're describing, it's something sort of like synchronization between the CPU and the GPU, maybe. Would it make sense because OpenGL? Because yeah, well, It's not necessarily, well, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, we still have to do a lot of GPU synchronization stuff, so I get what you're saying, yeah. Oh, what I would do for multi-threaded, rendering stuff. That would be pretty neat. There's been many times where I've wanted to do something like that, and that would have been pretty convenient, but yeah. Okay, there's a fuck ton of shit in this struct. Let's just go through it one by one. Triangle adjacency has vectors inside of it, so you have to loop through it. Okay, there we go. I'm Vulkan. If you make a multi-draw indirect rendering pipeline, they have this in OpenGL, yeah. Draw commands need to fire off in the same loop would minimize any sort of latency. Interesting. I also have instance rendering, but it's not technically multi-draw indirect. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, apparently for what I have, there's no point in doing multi-draw indirect. Just the structure that I have, but yeah. Interesting. Huh. That's interesting. I basically batch all of my draw commands based on a 64-bit key that I sort them by each frame. So kind of similar, but it doesn't have the same, I guess, the same like ECS awareness of what is going on. It just kind of does it based on it does it based on on just the rendering parameters, basically. But I guess it's somewhat similar. Somewhat, I don't know. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think MDI would actually help anything with me. I already have instanced drawing that's batched. Apparently, the research that I've done is that MDI wouldn't actually help anything, especially at my OpenGL version. So, yeah. But I did look at it. All right. We need to do all the. Oh. Let's make functions that free things, I guess. Because we need to write it twice. The API calls and talking to the API is often considered overhead. I suppose, but with what I'm doing with my my elements instance based instance, I basically am doing that already, I guess. I don't know. And it would lock me into 4.6 and I would have to give up my 4.3. So, yeah, I can't do it, unfortunately. Because that would require 4.6. And it just wouldn't, yeah, it wouldn't make anything faster on my hardware, unfortunately. Just, yeah. Unfortunately. Basically, I looked it up, right? And it just wouldn't reduce the API calls like on this old driver. Apparently it just, yeah, it'd be very cool to see what I do when I get a new PC. Yeah, I hope that it doesn't invalidate all this stuff. Asset, okay. So now we do the asset. Tricky thing with the asset is that we have to free the mesh nodes, free the skins. The animation stuff, I think we have. Oh no, we do have the animations. Oh, freeing the animations is disgusting as well. Oh no. Oh no. The open source driver is now the better driver. I have an NVIDIA card inside of this, unfortunately. Most likely be AMD. Yeah. The only thing for me is that I want CUDA, so that's why I'm probably gonna get 3070 if I can afford it. But yeah. Okay, now we do the same thing for the skins. And now we have to figure out how to free the animations, which is disgusting. That's gonna be hard. What do I use CUDA for? For compute. I have a particle sim that I did in regular GLSL compute. I want the ability to do shit like that with just raw CUDA. There is, but it's just not reliable, you know? Isn't there projects to bring CUDA to AMD? Technically there is, but it's just not as stable. It is a thing. It is a thing. But if I had to pick between, you know, being locked out of CUDA forever, and then I probably would pick, you know, an NVIDIA card. Just to have it, you know. I think OpenGL is just worse than CUDA, you know. I just hate vendor lock-in. I mean, yeah, definitely. I would never do it for my game engine, right? But I have other projects too, where I would like to do heavy compute CUDA, you know? I would definitely, like, that was a big part of, like, the reason why my N-Body sim, you know, I wanted to move it to CUDA so much. And so being locked out of being able to do that would suck. It's the sampler that has these, right? Sampler count. Okay, that was the hard part. That was the hard part because the channels, the GLTF animation channel doesn't have anything in it, and the events aren't a real thing. So this is just now free. I had the choice between AMD and NVIDIA a while ago. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I would be doing. That would be what I would be doing. Very targeted development to maximize performance. Yeah, exactly. It's possible that there is, you know, a alternative to it. You know, it would depend. I'm gonna have to do research into what I want to get. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to afford anything, to be honest. So, but I also don't know, like, I'm in a large amount of debt, so I don't know how this works, if I'm going to be able to, you know, but there isn't an alternative to the CUDA ecosystem. Yeah, that's the reason why I would probably, you know, do it. We should just comment this out. Just straight comment it out. We don't want it. Okay, so go back to the asset. I think that that's it, right? I think that is just it. Now we just have to if asset animations free. Okay. Is that it? We're definitely going to get a seg fault. Reason why we will get a seg fault is because I'm 100% certain that some of these arrays just aren't initialized to anything. Like with 100% certainty, some of these arrays just are never set to null originally, and so that's probably what's going to happen. But we'll face those problems as we go. Do I use Linux as well? I will use Linux when I have a new computer. The only reason I use Windows is because they have the exact driver version that is stable for the Surface Book 2. Otherwise, if I use the NVIDIA drivers on Linux, it just doesn't, it's not able to regulate the thermal on the GPU. Just literally is not able to. I have Microsoft hardware, yeah. We've gone down the path of going with Linux. You know, I did most of my development on Linux for a long time, but then I just realized I couldn't do it anymore. Yeah, I have a Surface Book too, so that is what the problem is. I wonder if the dock doesn't have a skin, if this is a problem. We should probably do if doc.skin count greater than 0. Then we do all of this. Otherwise, we just set it to null. That way we avoid all of that pain. And we do the same thing with the nodes here. Although a dock without nodes makes no sense. With no nodes makes no sense. Would still choose Windows. Yeah, that's true. That is true. RTX 2070. Alma Linux, interesting. Yeah, I used EndeavourOS, Mint, and Debian. Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. That they have that that deal with NVIDIA. That's cool. On down the line. Where is on down the line? How far away? You know what I'm realizing? We actually leak memory here, I think. We actually leak memory here. Yeah, I should probably fix this before we forget it. I have a to-do here for it, but that I never did. Yeah, I know for League you can't play League on Linux anymore because of it. Yeah, we have to do this as well. I'm not going to do it right now, but we have to do that. We are leaking memory there. We are leaking memory. I was just checking here because I wanted to make sure that we set shit to null. But we don't, right? So okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's enough. Just want to set everything to null so that we don't segfault immediately. When we make a new mesh node, we should also set that shit to null. I think we set this shit to null, but do we actually init vector on the other shit and set it to null? I don't think we do. There's just so much shit, to be honest. Let's just try and load it. Let's just try to load it and I don't know Volta. I know Mars Volta. I'm surprised we compile, by the way. With all the shit that I... Okay, so this is exactly what I was worried about. We are freeing something that is already not existing. 1945. Asset animations. If asset animations. So that was something that I was worried about, but I didn't do it correctly. We never set else asset animations equals null. That's what we never did. It's Bolt, not Volta. How expensive is it? Okay. That is a weird, so we have a weird non-bug sometimes with the physics where we do launch into the air. So we have to figure that out. Okay, so we loaded. Okay, so let's see if we can load that scene without being in the scene now. Just don't load any assets. Actually, I've never loaded no assets before. I don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, we're fine. And we have a seg fault, UVI UVs, UV map J. Yes. So we commented out, a long time ago, we commented out the lightmap stuff over here. We commented all of this out while I was doing stuff when I was scared that this was breaking it. But now we can comment it back in and try it. Basically, we're trying to save the UV light map. During the save for the scene. So let's see it. Okay, obviously have some problems. Obviously has some problems. Oh, we have this F read here, which isn't supposed to be there. We're missing some things here, aren't we? Mesh node tries count. Oh no, we do normal and rect. But we do them in the wrong order. We do them in the wrong order. No. I need to see if I set that to null every time. Every time I make a new island. If you send over a uniform variable to, and you use that variable for processing, but you don't, will optimize it out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they do that. They do that. That is true. They do. I have had a few things with that where it's just, for whatever reason, it gets optimized out, and then you're just like, what? So confused. Yep. Been there. Been there. I don't trust the occupied stuff. I don't trust it. Don't know why I don't trust it, but I just don't trust it. I don't think that that's the bug though. This should always be greater than 0, by the way. Let's just print out uh-oh if it's not coming through. How about that? You consider slang? Anna's told me about slang. I don't. Maybe I'll switch to it at some point, but wait, hold on a second. The lightmap UV type. It should be able to just read it. No? It should just read it. We are allocating it. I could try reading them in manually. But we are reading in the data. It's just when we add it to the buffer, it seems to not like us. We can use OpenGL with it. Yeah, I mean, it's something that I could investigate, yeah. Maybe it isn't even, maybe it's the UV map. That's the problem. Maybe it's the UV map that's the problem. I would print this out, but this is gonna print out so much shit. It's the very first one. Where do I get the UV map from? I get it from the mesh node. I get it from here. We definitely read it in right because our stride is right. There's something I'm not thinking about here. There is something I'm not thinking about. These UVIs look fine. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, interesting. You need to bind a unit slot for them. UVIX00. Okay. How? This is 0? Wait, no. No, there's no way. Oh, I got fucking really confused there. Okay, my bad. My bad. That's a stupid error. Fucking Christ. Okay, my bad. I didn't cast the variable at the right spot. It was a stale cast. Oh wait, this isn't gonna work because I need to comment it out. Comment this back in over here. Yeah. That was a stupid error. Those are the ones that get you. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Okay, now let's see if we can load that same scene with no assets loaded in. That's the real test. Huge. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Huge. Huge, huge, huge. We got it working. That is huge. Okay. Now, to do all that GLTF shit that we put off. Oh no. I kind of need to use the bathroom. So, I'll be back in a second. That was cool. I got the loading working, so that's by the way, that's everything loading. That is everything. That is the reflection probes, the blah blah blah, blah, you know, the whole shebang. Without having to parse any GLTF or assets or anything else. So I'm very, very happy with that. That, you know, that takes a whole weight off of my back for sure. Oh, the free mesh node and free skin, I never actually put anything in them. Okay, so let me do this before I use the bathroom. Just yeah. Oh wait, hold on. That's free mesh. That's not free the mesh node. On down the line. Generics. Generics in what? In GLSL or in a shader? Slang has generic syntax. Interesting. I don't know where I would use that in a shader, but maybe. I just have a button that recompiles all the shaders. It's kind of lazy. And my old engine, I had like a whole system with like each specific shader has, you know, the ability to change the uniforms and all that. But now I just press F2. All right, I'll be back in a sec. I basically have one big shader anyway. For my, I mean, my stuff is instanced, so it's basically the same thing anyway. I have everything batched, so I just have one big shader, too. But I mean, I'm gonna have different shaders eventually. The game that I want to make, there's this you basically have this like dark type of like ghost demon on your back the whole game, and he's gonna be rendered flat. You know, he doesn't have a model, he's just a flat plane of like dark fog and lines, kind of like somebody drew him, but you can kind of see through him. So things like that, I have to have their own shader, you know. How far away? Cool to have the map save and load stuff done. It is, you know, I'm not sure if we're leaking memory or not, but we'll figure it out. With this, there's so much kind of moving parts in the memory where we have no clue, really. Just made me think of the man side of me in Arrested Development. I have seen Arrested Development, but I don't remember that episode. I saw it a long time ago. Long time ago. I liked it a lot. I like it's just so many good actors in one show. Like seriously, like it's kind of incredible that that show got made, because they aren't making television like that anymore. Just like, what a cast. Like, it's just insane. I forget all of their names though, so that's why I'm not naming anybody specifically. Jason Bateman, Michael Cera. I forget the bald guy's name, but he's in so many good things, including we just saw this movie, this random movie called Ghost World, which I had no clue about. It's also got Scarlett Johansson in it, which is kind of crazy, and it's got the guy from fucking Mulholland Drive in the diner scene also in the movie for some reason, and it's got dude, what the fuck is his name? Anyway, good movie. It's the one who wrote the book. Decided to give Helix another go because of me. I mean, that's awesome. I love Helix. The man inside of me with a very question. Oh, right. Right. I vaguely remember it. That's cool. Push displacement on top of the alpha channel. Huh. Dude, I should do displacement. I have no clue how to do displacement though. What is it inside of meshes? Prims. Okay. On down the line. Where is on down the line? This shit is camel case. This always fucking bothered me, by the way. But When I was first writing the GLTF parser, I made fucking ChatGPT do the types for me for all of the GLTF doc types, just because it was fucking overwhelming to, you know, lay everything out. And it did it in camel case, and then I was too fucking lazy to change it at the time, and then it's just now all the GLTF stuff is camel case, and that's just the way it is. So it's like my whole life has been ruined because of that one fucking decision. I swear to God, it's like, it's so painful. I regret everything. Why is this one material count not camel case? Fuck. You basically ray march into a displacement map. Oh, I see. And it's apparently cheaper. You were talking to me about this earlier. It's apparently cheaper than just having a bunch of tries. Is that what you were saying earlier? Okay. So that's cool. We don't have anything in here. We have to do nodes. Nodes definitely have stuff. Nodes have the UV map, which would never be allocated anyway. So we can skip the nodes as well. We can skip that. The dock skins should not. The dock skins do actually have shit. So we have to do the skins. What is root stop buffer? We'll figure that out in a sec. What kind of game is this? It's not really a game yet. I'm just working on the engine. Because it can become, yeah, that it does sound expensive. I was gonna say that, like, it sounds something that, like, I wouldn't be able to do that per fragment stuff, ray marching, like that sounds like something that I would not be able to do at all. So the game that I dream of making is like this real-time party-based RPG where you have to you know, you're on a quest to kill someone that you have no idea about. It's just something that you have to do. And that's the plot. You're sending hearts, thank you. I appreciate the hearts. SSDM. Yeah, I have no clue about SSDM. That I have no clue about. What is root.buffer? Okay. Well, we're just gonna not think about root.buffer. Is that root.buffer the oh yeah, that's the roots, yeah. Alright, that's it. Deferred rendering stuff, I see. Deferred rendering stuff is crazy, yeah. Okay. So that's that taken care of. We should try the save and load out stuff with more complex things. I'm thinking Sponza next. And we should also try it with light maps. Okay, so let's go to regenerate a light map really quickly for this. Okay. Not the prettiest thing because it is just 2 iterations, okay? But actually, you know what? This looks wrong. This looks plain wrong. This looks very wrong. So that's not good. That is not good. This looks like there's no occlusion. Okay. I mean, maybe not. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Because it just comes down from the top, I think. Yeah, in the corners it is darker. Yeah. This is fine. It just looks a bit weird. Okay, so let's just try saving this. And then loading it. Okay, that seemed to work fine. Now let's load it from scratch. Is it artifacts of its own? Fan-fucking-tastic. Yes. Okay. That's what you like to see. That is what you like to see. Screen space displacement mapping. That sounds expensive. Is it? I'm assuming that that's based on the G buffer, right? Oh yeah, this bug probably still happens, right? Where you get launched into space on some shit. I'd have to figure out why that happens. Yeah, like this. I have to figure out that bug. Like, I don't even know why that happens. I don't even have a printout that happens from that. Like, it doesn't trigger anything in my logic. Yeah, you know what I think is probably happening with this, with the light? It's probably sampling the light, the skybox with no gamma correction. Everything else without gamma correction, and this is in linear space. Uh-huh. And that's why it looks so bright. Oh, my lip is gonna bleed now. Why the fuck did I do that? Oh, god damn it. Ow. I bit my lip. Ow. Fuck. It's cheaper because you end up displacing only what's in screen space. Easier to break its effect. Yeah, not something that I could do then. Oh yeah, we're feeling the lag. Yeah, my lip is gonna bleed a lot now. Fuck. God damn it. That's alright. It'll grow back. Let's look at where we sample the light map. The skybox. Let me look this up. Oh, fuck. I left my phone over there, so I'm gonna get my phone really quick. Okay, I regret biting my lip. I regret chewing my lip now. You can stop bleeding lip now. Alright, let me look this up. When I sample in the bake. God, okay, so Google AI overview is not really telling me. The skybox is HDR, and the textures are obviously sRGB. I'm worried that the skybox will be naturally brighter after the bake. Okay. Okay, so I'm supposed to convert them to linear. So I should be doing this, I think. Global distance fields. I mean, like, honestly, the acronyms I think are pretty funny, just personally. But then my lightmap is not an sRGB. Then so I'm so confused. Do I listen to music while programming? I don't have headphones anymore. Okay, it's not really giving me anything. I think that I'm just gonna keep it like this. Let's see if it's any different. Out of choice or circumstance, I'm assuming it must be quiet, must be nice. The left one broke, and so I haven't really had the money to buy a new headphones. So it is quite quiet. When I go to bed, I watch YouTube videos without headphones. It's not bad. It kind of sucks that I'm not really able to play music on stream anymore, which kind of sucks. Yeah, now the light is too dark. Now the light is too dark compared to the skybox. Maybe it's fine then. Media mode UI library. That's awesome. Yeah, that's quite challenging. My one was, I think, too ambitious because I had like triangulated UI elements. I didn't do SDFs. The one that I make, if I make one again, I'm gonna make it way simpler. Shaders? Yeah. There's a lot of shaders. And C, not C++. Yeah, I just like C more. Don't like your spatio tempods? Yeah. Yeah. I should have this. This speeds things up quite a bit. Yeah, it does look like, I don't know, it's a bit brighter, but maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. On down the line. Where is on down the line? Yeah, I mean, we did the save and load stuff, so now it's kind of, I don't know what else to do. I should probably model. I should probably model stuff like this. Yeah, you kind of can't ask AI for help for stuff like this, but that's like my favorite part about it, really. Well, you can, but it usually gives you a bad answer. Anyway. I bit my lip real bad. We could do the UI now, but the UI is kind of boring. UI is kind of fucking boring, not gonna lie. Maybe I should model. Use Unreal Engine. No, I mean the AI does give good tips sometimes. It's not like I've completely, never using AI, but should probably model. God, I hate modeling on stream because it's embarrassing. Wyland, do you triple buffer all your shit? I recommend it. I recommend the proper triple buffer thing because I used to do a ring buffer with it, but let me tell you, the real triple buffer pattern where you GL bind buffer range or whatever it is, or GL bind something range, it's quite OP. Or you just say that when you're Googling for things related to game engine program, it just defaults to giving you tips for Unity. That's what it is. But I append custom engine to every question I Google. Am I a game dev? I don't really know. I'm a programmer that wants to make a game. But I suck at modeling, and I suck at texturing, and I suck at all that shit. I'm good at programming. But, you know, kind of suck at everything else. I've got this this kind of the town in my dream. The town is it's basically all these huts with like neon signs on them, like kind of like it's a city, but it's like a village instead of a city. It is a cube. You want to implement this and okay. I should figure out how, like, what is the I wish that there was a shortcut for these. I mean, there is. I forget what it is. If it's J, X, no, Z. Z is the preview. I remember that. Q, E, R, no. Any Blender users in here? Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Blender user. I kind of suck. Okay, it's definitely not whatever I just pressed. I think it's honestly like numpad or something like this. Oh, it's 1, 2, and 3. Oh. Oh. Well, that would make a modicum of sense. This probably gives everybody that watches me like so much fucking anxiety watching me do this. Like it's got to be like cursed, right? You know what I should probably do? I should probably like put a mirror modifier on this. What the fuck is that? No. Oh my god, it's being weird. Hold on, what axis is this? Over Y. There we go. No, no, no. What? Why is it so weird? Why are there two? Okay, drink water, guys. I'm chill. Like, oh, is it clipping that I'm supposed to turn on? Looks mirrored. That's what I'm trying to do. But it's But it just keeps creating cuts. Like I don't want cuts. Or maybe that isn't a cut. Maybe that's just how it does it. So I'm probably just freaking out for no reason. Like that's not the y-axis. You're lying. Okay, there we go. What? Why can't you slide when it's mirrored? That's so weird. I just wanted to mirror modify this, and it just... Maybe now? Maybe now. Okay. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking something good here. Okay, that's really not what we want to be doing. Okay, we've made a box. The problem is that it's kind of clipping inside of itself, which is really not what you want. But I think that we can fix it. Why are there two? Okay, this is the last time I'm using a mirror modifier. Okay, maybe no clipping. See, there's two faces on top of it. There's two faces at the same spot. Like, why? Why is this a thing? You switch over to Kali Linux. That's cool. Need more power to take in the power factor. Yeah, I also have the same problem. Yeah, you can do it with an extension inside of Blender. There's an extension for it where you can do it. I'm just doing it by hand. Legit cannot be fucked. I just don't give a shit. Sorry, don't care. They don't line up exactly. Hell nah, hell nah, hell nah, hell nah. Hell no, hell no, hell no. Alright, we're just gonna merge. We're just gonna merge. That's what we're gonna do. How do you do this again? M. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay, you definitely don't want to do that. This is what you want to do. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're gonna not do this. We're gonna not do this. I'm just gonna run it all the way back. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. I just realized that we're just gonna do this all at one time, and then we're just gonna. No, don't get rid of the floor. Okay, it's gonna get rid of the floor. I mean, at that point, just like start over. What made me start streaming? I was coding, and I was coding alone, and I didn't want to be alone. Okay, we're just gonna start the fuck over. We're just gonna start the fuck over. I need to make it. I need to do the cursor to world origin thing. Yeah, whatever. You just do this. Just go. Transform. No. There is a way to do this. I mean, there's of course a way to do everything in thing, but is it in object mode? Oh yeah. Snap cursor to world origin, and then snap selection to cursor. Z will pop off. Yeah, I don't think so. I do not think so, personally. I don't know. I tried the Z thing because I wanted to see. I wanted to see what it was all about. There it is, geometry to origin. Okay, we're so fucking back. But it's like their 60 FPS fucking whatever thing is just bad. Their like smooth scrolling thing is just bad. That's my take. Why does it not? We're just gonna do it by vibe, and then just extrude them all at once. We're just doing it by vibe. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we're just don't do what I did the first time, and do this instead. That's how you make a box. Now the thing is, okay, well that's a problem. Really? It doesn't fill in the bottom? Before I do this, I kind of want to move this out. Not gonna lie. I kind of want to move this out. Okay, it still has the extruded shit in it. Okay, now we're gonna extrude the fucking thing. Can I control click? Can I just? Nah, it doesn't. It doesn't select the whole thing, even when you do the thing. You're doing divide by 0. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Maybe a little bit more. Okay. Now we're fucking here for it. We are here for it. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, now, so the question becomes, how do we make a door? How do we make a door? I kind of wanted this to be like the bar, but I feel like I'm not making it big enough. I feel like this needs more space. Yeah, I feel like this needs more space. So I'm just going to try my best to move it back. I think I tried it. I did a good job. Yeah. Your clamp off and now you're getting fireflies. Why do you take the clamp off? Yeah, I really should be mirror modifying this, but it doesn't like me, the mirror modifier. See, like, what the fuck is this? To bring things into the HDR range. Oh, maybe because it needs to be in the center. Maybe it's because it needs to be in the center. So set origin geometry to origin and then just bring it up. And then add the mirror modifier to it. And then you want to bisect on the x-axis. And then we can do this. Why is it not maybe I don't know how to use a mirror modifier. I mean, I don't really remember how to do it, to be honest, but I thought that if I did this, then it would make it on the other side. GY? No, SY. There we go, there we go, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay, get rid of the mirror modifier because that shit is not what we want to be doing. Okay, so we need the bottom. So we need a loop cut the bottom, I feel like. Probably. Because that's like the step up that's necessary, right? Oh, actually, you know what? We should probably just like... Should probably be the exact same amount as the floor. So there's probably a way to do that. Or maybe I should have done it a different way. Maybe I should have done it a different way. It's a first draft, okay? It doesn't have to be perfect. It does not have to be perfect. Oh, is this still a plane? Oh, it is. So I never extruded it up. Okay. So in that case... This is why I should never be an architect. Okay, well... We are going to extrude it up now. A little bit for the floor. And then okay, before we make this loop cut, we gotta extrude this up. Yeah. Now it's hard to see, but that's extruded up. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is delete this face, and now we're hello from the other siding. Alright, I can't see shit like this. Oh, this is still not deleted. Okay. And now we need to make a loop cut that matches that. Okay, hold on. Let's just no, stop. It's ever so slightly not aligned. Ever so slightly. Since doing this stuff, which I do myself is some pain. Yeah, it is quite painful. Like you know, it's not like a painless experience for sure. No, it is quite painful. I would like to make an incision here, but the topology got fucked up, so oh no. Okay, go back to before we delete the face. And then delete this face as well. Why does this loop cut not? Oh, I can't go any further back. Oh my god, it's a fucking disaster. Okay, hold on. What is redo? Oh, I can't redo. Okay, great, cool. So just delete this, and then emissions are in the HDR range. Oh, sick. How did you do that? Because I need to do that as well. I need to do that as well. See, that deletes the whole face. I don't want to delete the whole face. I don't want to loop cut the floor. That's the problem. I don't want to loop cut the floor. Fuck. Why is this so complicated? This should be such a simple fucking thing. I'm making a box. Okay. I'm just gonna loop cut the floor. I'm sorry if that's gonna trigger anybody. Wait, I can't loop cut the floor. Okay, I can't loop cut the floor. Oh, I can. It just doesn't let me do it from here. Okay. Okay. We're locked in. We're locked in. Okay, now we're happy. Now I'm happy. Now we're just happy little campers. Okay, this doesn't match what we have over here. So, oh, I did that wrong. So we have to extrude this down. This is reminding me of when I made the gun. This is exactly the same amount of like skill as when I had the gun, which I got better after that at Blender. And obviously I'm HDR tone and gamma corrected. Yeah. Oh, so that's what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to just boost it into HDR or some shit, the emissions? Is that why my emissions aren't to par? I knew I got the wrong one. I knew I got the wrong one. Okay, we made a box. Oh my god, it's fucking... God, that was awful. That was fucking awful. And I had to loop cut the floor too. Just like, that's fucking terrible. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. It's supposed to have a power factor. I see. I have that in Blender. They have a power factor, and I implemented that. But yeah, they do seem a bit not bright. A bit not bright, just like myself. Just like myself. Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah. So in my mind, it goes like this. It goes like this, the bar. And then over here are the tables. And then over here is this it's this statue of a shoulder that you can go and cry on. And so that's what I'm gonna have over there. It's like the world's comfiest shoulder or something like that is on a plaque here, and you can go up to it and cry on it, and there's people crying on it. That's what I envision for the bar. But yeah, there's a sign out here that says bar. It does seem a bit tilted though, like the doorway. The doorway does seem a bit tilted. The problem with 3D modeling is that you can't really fix it. You know what I mean? Like once something is just like fucked, once you fuck something up the first time, it's just like permanently fucked, you know? Maybe it is all even and I'm just stupid. Okay, maybe it is all even. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I should try it. I should try having a variable. Should I make the bar as a separate asset, do you think, or just like put it in here? I think you just put it in here. I have no clue how to make it curved though. Should make it as a separate object and then just place it in. Making a curve. How do you do this again? I know that there's some... It's so funny that my computer literally can't run Blender. It's literally like crying. It goes like this. Let me look this up. Curve with bevel depth. Shift A, go curve Bezier. Give it thickness. Okay. Alright, let's try this. Let's see if the Google Jarvis has any clue what it's talking about. That's a bit too much. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So Shift A, go to curve. Wait, what? Go to curve Bezier. What? Object data properties. Find geometry. What is this? What am I doing here? Geometry. Add depth. Expand bevel. Depth. What? Okay, I don't think that this is what I want. This looks kind of not what I want. I think we don't do this method. It says that I can go into edit mode and press loop cuts, apply scale. Okay. So loop cuts. More cuts equals smoother bend. I only want that the second half of it to be bent. So maybe I should put them over there. Well, whatever. We'll just leave them in the middle. Well, I mean, you kind of do want a bunch, though. Make it separate assets for bits of scenes. Yeah, I think I should I'm just gonna model it separately. Yeah. Force GI power to 100 and watch the entire scene get blown out. Damn. Select your bar, Control A, apply scale. Simple deform modifier. Okay. Set the bend. Twist to bend. On the Z axis. So like it's a 90-degree bend now. We want it to be exactly 90, I think. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Alright, let's apply the modifier now. And let's rotate it to around the Z axis until it's flush. And let's move it in there, I think. We want to extrude U out a little bit. And it's a bit big, but we can make it work. That is a bit big, but we'll just scale it straight down. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, that's good that you have controls for that, because Honestly, I kind of wanted the bar to go the other way. Like in my mind, it goes the other way. But I know that that's incorrect because in real life, bars would be going this way. Usually. But in my mind, it goes this way. I don't know why. I just like it more. I think I'm going to put it that way. Even though a bar would typically go the other way. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. That's kind of how I envision it. For finding recent files. Unfortunately, it's really just space E space F. You have buffers, right? So buffers are what you use. I'd recommend you go into your Helix configuration file and turn buffer line to always. Go buffer line equals always. If you need to see mine, go buffer line equals always. And you can use GP and GN to switch between them like I do. Yeah, no problem. Games don't need to follow reality. Yeah. Yeah. I think that it's because there's a bar that I used to frequent where the door was here and you would go in here and then the bar was like this. And then over here they had tables and stuff like this. But in my mind, it's definitely the door has to be here, I feel like. That's just the way I have it in my brain. Now, we should toggle this. Okay, so how do I make this? I need to hollow this out, right? I need to hollow this out somehow. I think the only way to do this is loop cuts. How do I rename this? I'd love to rename it. You do it like this? I think you have to loop cut it. I don't think that there's a way to not do it with a loop cut. So we're just going to add one loop cut here. And this will be the top of the bar. And then you have to have a loop cut here for the other end. And then we need to delete all the stuff that's in between. There's a way to, oh, there we go, control click. Can I just delete edges? No. Yeah, let's try selecting only the edges because I don't wanna, or actually, nah, yeah, you have to do the whole thing. We have to do the whole thing. Now how am I gonna do this? I think you just go, you can go from the interior up, but then you have that fucked up thing. So I think what I'm gonna try to do is just extrude upwards. Yeah, maybe I should, because I have that same problem with my emissions, just that they don't really seem to come out very much. I mean, I just boosted them a lot, but it looks kind of weird when you boost it like that. Thought that nothing could go wrong. Where's bevel? Control B. Hey, that's not bad. Not bad at all. The two, it did not go well. Oh no. Yeah. When I did the light in your hallway to test it, it went the same. It just didn't feel right. When I add that factor, I just set it to like 50 and I don't know, it just looks weird. Thought that nothing could go wrong, but I was wrong. Now we just have to make stools and the roof. For the roof, so in my mind I've like different versions of this bar. In every single one, there is very intense light. I think what I'm going to end up with in the game is flashing lights. There's going to be a lot of flashing lights in the game, which sucks because I probably will make like versions of it that are, you know, for people with epilepsy probably, but a big part of it is going to be flashing, you know, uncomfortable lighting. And so that's in this bar is kind of a lot of that. A lot of my visions of this bar are that there's a disco ball that is just flashing blue and red, and is just like everything is getting drenched in just color everywhere. That's kind of my the way I envision the bar. It's just a very uncomfortable bright light. This explain this. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe NEE, yeah. That's exactly the problem I have with it, that it just didn't get good signal because it, unlike a light source, which you're solving from the surface, unlike a light source, it's like it's hard to find, I guess, because you aren't solving from it for every position, you know? It's just one of the things where it's like it has to find it, which is harder. Can I loop cut the whole thing? I can. I can't because of this. No. Oh, fuck. That's the worst feeling in the world. Maybe there's a way to solve it. Can I... unsubdivide split? Can I merge these? Ah, yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't think that there are two edges there. I think that it's just, if I... God, it would be so tight if I could just loop cut the whole thing. Fuck. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. I could just fill in the top, actually. I could just fill in the top. And then deal with the roof after by extruding it down. Actually, that's what I should do. The thing is, I just felt like the roof is too low, almost. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not, maybe not. It's just that there's nothing on top, which is the problem. I don't know what the roof is like. I have no clue what's on top of the roof. So... Can I just extrude this up? Just slightly. Then there's the problem of the inside not matching up. extrude the roof and the walls up. I thought I did. To do my extrude, right? Okay. An old control and drag them? That's what I was... The thing is I'm trying to get it, well... Trying to get it to match up with the bottom. I get more precise control. Oh, I see. I think that this is fine though. I think this is fine. I need stools. Yeah, I did it with shift the first time. I did it with shift the first time. Okay. How do I make a stool? That's the question. Let me look up how to do this. I know that you can create like a circle and then extrude. I don't know how to do that though. I don't remember. Is this the thing where you have to do a Boolean modifier and then extrude it or something? I've never made a chair before. It says to... It's saying to do it as different. For multiple legs, you can use a mirror modifier. I see. The Quake guy's doing any. I don't think I did. I think that was recent. I didn't see it. Okay, so it says that I should do a different, for the stool legs, I should do a separate thing. So that's what it says. It says that I should start with a cylinder, and then I should do we think that that's too many? Can you, when you make a cylinder, you can make it so that it has less, I don't remember how to do it. That it has less vertices? I can't remember how to do it. Maybe when you do a circle, it's with a circle? Huh. You can? Yeah, that's what I thought. I can't remember where it is. Whatever. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care very much. Where it says add shape name. Look, bottom left of your screen. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, it's annoying that we just gotta get rid of all the other shit. Okay, cylinder. We're gonna do. I feel like 16 is good. Wait, hold on a second. I just saw something. When you add it in, can you do cap fill type triangle fan? That's exactly what I want. Thank you for triangulating my shit for me, because I just cannot be fucked for that. You should put parts of your bar into a collection. You can separate all the different parts. That you're so true. It's in a collection, but maybe I should move this out of the collection. Is that what you're saying? And then I can just toggle this. Yeah. Very true. Very true. Okay, so we just want to get the bottom and then just move her up. Boom. What the fuck is this? No, get the edge. Bro. Edge tag select, tag seam, face stepping, topology distance. We're just gonna do it by hand. Okay, no, we can do it. We can do it. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. And now we just Control B bevel it. I see. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I don't know if I'm planning on doing everything today though. I think I'm happy with it. That's cool. For now. See to clamp it within the space. Let's see clamp. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's cool. I think I'm happy with it. That's a lot of tries for one stool. That is a lot of tries for one stool. I can't lie. I cannot lie. But hey, we've got the engine to do it now, so fuck it, right? That was the whole point of making the engine, so that we could do this. It is a lot. Okay, maybe we should do less then. If you're saying it's a lot, then, you know, I fully believe you. Let's just do that. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Higher quality lines, though? What? Compared to the topology around it, the bevel is a lot. It makes for a good LOD in modern games. Oh, I see. So you're saying that if I wanted to make a high res stool, I should just make it more lines in the first place? Got it. Well, I think at least for now, I'm just gonna move on and try to make more stools, I guess, because it's a more low poly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going for really low poly per se, but I don't know. I want it to run good on shitty computers, so I guess that's where I'm coming from. Dude, I think we should just make cylinder legs. Jarvis said to make cube legs, but I'm just gonna go cylinder. We're gonna go 8. A lot more for line. You should use Gizmo Snap. Okay. Yeah, I'll mirror modify it. I just wanna extrude it right first. Okay, hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, we should select it first, and then do this, and then. I don't know why I extruded it rather than just bringing it down like a normal person. That would have probably been better. What the fuck? There we go. See, it doesn't let me do it unless I extrude. Unless I extrude, it doesn't let me go on the axis. Curved connections. I'm not trying to do curved connections. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to basically make it longer along the rotated axis, But it doesn't do it. It doesn't do it. But if I extrude, then it goes on the axis. Do you see what I'm saying? But I don't want to have that extra cut there. I guess I can just unrotate it. And then just extrude like this. Or, you know, go down like this. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't have to. I don't have to let it linger. Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Oh. Yeah, you know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. This song has been stuck in my head for a demonic amount of time. It is truly cursed. Top middle, go to global, go to options, go to, and look at the options. Oh, I see. I see. Maybe I should try these, huh? Yeah, that would have probably been useful a little bit. I think we're good though. It's hard to tell until we mirror modify it. It's hard to tell. Well, okay, hold on. We need to do this at origin, right? So don't I need to move everything to origin? So dustmite. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say to me? Set origin geometry to origin. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Set origin to 3D cursor? No. To the center of the bit at the top. How do I change the... Do I have to like... How do I move the... Do I have to set the origin to center of mass surface? Set origin, center of mass surface. And then set origin. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? No. Then you go into local space and move the peg to where you wanted to go. I think I'm pretty solid with it. Maybe I should try the other way and then wireframe it and then see. Okay, so you said go local. Your 3D cursor to origin. How do I set it to... Okay. Set this... Okay, I think that's at origin, and then just... Yeah. And then... No. Fucking Christ. Why is this so weird? Why can't you just go to origin? Dude, I'm fucking tilted now. You're fucking tilting me. Oh my god, this tilts the fuck out of me. Okay, I think it's there. I just need it to... Cursor to world origin. Okay. Set origin to 3D cursor. And then... How do I move it to origin, though? How do I move it to origin? Dude, I don't know. Okay, let me just look this up. Okay, so I apparently need to apply transforms before I can do that. Or something. I don't know why that option isn't coming up though. Dude. Okay, this is what we do. We do apply all transforms, then set origin to 3D cursor, move to the origin. Like, why doesn't it move? I mean, I definitely already applied all transforms. So I don't know why it's not. Why it's not moving. You sent me a video? Okay, let me see the video. Okay, there we go. Okay, I figured it out. I'm sorry. That was fucking really annoying. Holy shit. Okay. Now let's just not fuck it up from now on. Okay, so this just goes up here, has to stay aligned. This we go local. so that we can move it properly. We move it here. Check from the other side. Okay, move it a little bit closer. Okay. Okay. Now we move it up a bit. Okay. Okay. Now mirror modify it. I might lose it. I might actually lose it. I might just lose it. I might just lose it. Move it in edit mode. Okay. Alright. No, you're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. I needed to move it in edit mode. Can I? Okay, hold on. Just literally just apply transforms and then do it. Okay. I was gonna crash out. I was gonna literally fucking crash out. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Okay, so how do we we can probably just do this and then just do this and then RX90 or some shit. RZ90. Okay, let me see the tutorial again. No. Let me see the tutorial again. Okay. In the mirror modifier settings, check both the X and the Y boxes. You should see 4 perfectly arranged legs. Okay. Set origin to 3D cursor. I mean, like, it's fucking with me at this point. Merge clipping. You set the 4 legs in a few seconds. Okay. Fine, I'll look at the video. I don't understand why it's not working for me. Okay. I literally don't understand. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, rotate the whole thing. This is what we're going to do. We're going to rotate it RZ45. And then do this. You're fucking with me. You are actually fucking with me. You're fucking with me. What? Why? Literally, why? Why does it not want to fucking... Like, what? Do I have to apply this and then add another one? No. I'm like, I don't know why it's not working. I don't know. I watched your video and like, whatever. I like, this is fucking tilting me. Okay. Here's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to go here. And I'm going to try to 0, I guess. Just like you did. You moved it in edit mode. Okay. Okay, but okay, just I want to rotate it around that axis. Okay, you're not being frustrating. Don't worry about that. So like, what I don't get, right, is that when I rotate them like that, it doesn't work. But when I move it, I mean like, I just want to get the legs there. That's really all I care about. I mean, at this point, I'm going to apply the modifier and then just move and then just, yeah. I mean, like, why am I not just doing that? Just like apply the modifier. Just fucking duplicate them. Oh wait, maybe it was because I was not moving it in edit mode. Wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay. I want to rotate around the center axis in edit mode. But I don't know how to do that. Like, you can do this, right? But I want to rotate around it. But it's not, it doesn't let me to. So literally what I'm going to do is I'm just going to apply the modifier and then just duplicate them. Like, because this is fucking ridiculous. Does it make 2 of them? No, it doesn't. Okay. So go into edit mode, duplicate, and then rotate. Wait, hold on. Shift D, duplicate, rotate around this axis. Okay. We need to have the camera right for this, obviously. Shift D, duplicate, and then rotate. Perfectly aligned. There. Okay. Fucking shit. We're never fucking doing that again, dude. Like, what the fuck? Okay. I hated that so much. I just want to die. Wanted 4 leg steps. No, I wanted them like this. Oh my god, that was fucking terrible. Okay. I need to mentally reset real quick. Okay. Okay, we're gonna add another cylinder. Another cylinder with 8, okay? RX90. We will scale it down. We will scale it down a little bit more. I'm gonna make the thing that goes between the legs. That I was wrong. Watching me do Blender must actually give you like just so much anxiety and pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will get better at it. It just I have to like take time to remember how it works. It's kind of no good way of to do this. Okay. Now we're gonna mirror modify these. Okay, we have to set origin to 3D cursor. Mirror modify them. We've been here before. We just apply it, then go into edit mode. Shift D duplicate. Don't do it like that. Shift D duplicate. Like this. Shift D RX90. No. RY90. Boom. Okay. 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 Okay, we don't have to ever talk about this again. This didn't happen. They feel a bit high on the stool. They feel a bit high. But now I kind of... I don't really want to go back and redo it, not gonna lie. So I'm just gonna leave it for now. We can figure that out later. Yeah, let's just not even worry about it. Okay. So now for the real. Okay, so this is a pretty large stool. Definitely a large stool. Okay, the question is, how do we make this one mesh? Do you know how to do that? Let me look this up. Control J. Huge. Huge, 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 huge. Huge, 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 huge. Thank you. Bro, that kind of looks gas though. That looks like gas fire flames. Absolutely. Dude, that looks so fucking good. Holy. What? What? Why is GZ not working? Why is Y up? The fuck? Oh, because of the local. Because I have this on local, that's why. Dude. Gas fire flames. Holy. Alright, let's make a new collection called Furniture. I'm having so much fun. Okay, now that the stool design is over, now is the fun part. This is the fun part. Where we get to place the stools. Damn. Yeah, the bar kind of, you know what I do realize now? I do realize that the bar needs to cut in. Because that's how bars work. You need leg space under the bar. I've spent an embarrassing amount of time in bars, and I don't know how I didn't realize that I needed that. So that's a little bit embarrassing. There's one thing I should know, it's bars. Okay. You know, before I duplicated all the stools, I should have probably did the materials on it, huh? See, I'm kind of like a fucking stupid bozo, no? I thought that I was wrong. Thought that nothing could go wrong. But I was wrong. Okay. So the materials and texturing, that I have no clue. That I have no clue. I can get rid of the stools and then, you know. But the materials and texturing part is kind of hard, huh? Before I assembled them, I also should have put materials on it, no? Like now it's kind of hard. Should I just undo everything? Start off with one stool. Okay, we'll start off with one stool. Create 2 materials. Got it. Okay, that's as far as my undo goes. So we'll just delete the other stool. Okay. So start off with 2 materials. So here's so am I going to have to like separate the thing? Okay. We'll just play it by ear. Okay, so this one will be cushion. And then we'll create another material called stool wood. Okay. Make sure face select is okay. So now you're saying I should just select the cushion? Or should I just, since it's easier, should I just select this and then just assign the wood to it? And then select the wood, deselect it, and then yeah, so I assigned all the wood, right? I assigned all the wood. Can I well, I guess I can probably select it. I can probably select it. That's just not going to be the easiest thing in the world. Ah, shit. No. Oh wait. I can do A to select everything and then deselect. No. And then select, deselect. Aha. I figured it out. I got it. All I need is to select the second. Oh, I got it. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. So fellas, now is the part of the stream where we end it because I don't know how to do any texturing and materials. So first of all, we're probably just gonna UV edit. No, not. We're just gonna UV unwrap this cushion. We're just going to select the cushion, and then just UV unwrap it. Yeah, we're just gonna smart UV project it, and never had a doubt. It'll make my life easier. Okay, got it. I don't think I'm going to separate them, to be honest, but okay. Okay, so we UV unwrapped it. We're gonna select this. Smart UV project. Okay. Now, we're not gonna know what it is until later. We can go into the shader editor for stool wood. And let's add a texture and an image texture. Or it'll crash my loader. No. It's not, that's not what crashes the loader. What crashes the loader is when everything is one node. I have sub meshes set up to deal with that. Everything breaks up into sub meshes based on material. So that's not what breaks it. It just really doesn't like the single mesh node stuff. Anyway. So, what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about this? We have asset textures. We have a lot of textures. I need wood. Do I have a wood? I have a good wood. I definitely do. This is wood. That's also wood. Yeah. I definitely have wood somewhere. No. No. I could do wood noise inside of Blender. Wait, really? I mean, this isn't going to be the final thing. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of like playing around with it still. This isn't going to be like something that I ship, really. I'm just fucking around. I wonder if that applies to streaming, though. The $1 that I make from streaming. Yeah, maybe I should get wood. Maybe I don't have wood. I have some wood, but definitely isn't Alright, let's try the wood noise thing. That seems like a good use of our time. Let's try it. Add noise texture. I don't see wood noise. Environment texture. Let me look this up. Wood noise. Is this a real thing, or do I just need to do wood noise Blender? Add and set output from object to evenly place the texture. Coordinate and noise. Whoa, that's crazy. I have no clue how to do that. Just need just the texture? Damn. Alright, let's do it then. Let's find the texture. Let us find the texture then. You can make wood patterns with it? I don't think I'm skilled enough, unfortunately. Let me make sure that I'm not going to get banned from anything here. There's too many options with Polyhaven. There's too many fucking options, bro. Definitely not herringbone parquet. Not any of the boards. We can't have boards because it's a stool. We could just do plywood. I think plywood could just do it. That could just be it for us. It's the plywood. Plywood could do it for us. Yeah, I think we're just going to do plywood. That's versatile. It's just 3 sliders. Maybe we try it then. I actually like wood table worn too. I'm grabbing them. I thought that I was wrong. Okay, so let's get the normal. Let's save it into assets textures. Okay, let's save normal. Let's save diffuse. Let's save AO rough metal. And let's grab the other one as well. Just for funsies. I might use this one for the bar. Oh my god, I got it all together instead of one by one. I'm a bozo. Thought that I was wrong. Okay, we got it. We got it. It's a lot of work though, you know, when you cut a log and it has this. That's what wood noise is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm all over it. I know. Yeah. But I'm not that smart. Unfortunately. You can show me later and then maybe I do it. But yeah. God, I'm looking forward to playing some Drakengard tonight. That's gonna be awesome. Okay, I just put plywood in here. So we're just gonna put the plywood in here. Put the plywood into the color and turn it on. Okay. It's not like the greatest thing in the world. I'm not like happy with how stratified it is, you know? But that's alright. That's alright. It'll probably look good in engine. Why can't you just do basic RGB here? Because normal maps aren't in RGB. I don't know why. Why they're weird like that. Oh, it's reserved for modifiers. Interesting. I always forget where to go here. So how do you do this again? You take a output, you take an input, color, mix color, combine color, separate color. I think it's separate color. And you do this, and then the red goes to how do you get AO again? You go to I don't know how you do that. Maybe I should keep the light, huh? Because now it's just super dark. I don't understand what the specular reflections are supposed to be. Like, why is it always green and shit? It's always weird. Maybe that's just... Okay, well, who cares, I guess. I don't know why it like disappears when hit from a certain angle. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Now, the rest of the building, I have no clue what we're gonna fucking do, to be honest. I have no clue what we're gonna do for the top of the stool either. I didn't really like look at shit for that either. I should have probably, to be honest. Probably should have. Probably. It is definitely getting late though. So probably heading out soon anyway. There are fabrics on here. I think leather red looks good. Oh, is this a different format? Interesting. What is Col 1 and Col 2? I've never done this before with these. I think I'm just going to use the Col 1. Okay. Okay, we're going to add the image textures for it. It's getting dark so late now. It really is. I thought that I was wrong. I was wrong. It's so much fun clicking on all the things every time. It really is just truly the greatest thing ever. So awesome. Awesome sauce. Awesome. Yes. Yes. In your file view for textures at the top right, there's a bunch of squares. Oh, I see. Yeah, that could definitely be helpful. I think I might just go like really quick here and just add a new material, call it bar, and then just make this one and then call it a day. And then just try to load it in. I think that's what we're gonna do. I still don't understand where to put AO in. Do you know how to do that specifically? I have I do the separate color, but I don't know where to plug it in and how to get it to say that it's ARM. What is this? What is that? Oh, I never UV unwrapped this. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. Does it have arm? It does. I have the arm here, and I separate it to color, and I put the green in metallic and the R in roughness, but I don't like an arm texture because it'll be on there. Yeah, I don't know where to put the red channel in on the BRDF. That's what I mean. Should plug the entire texture into roughness, and your engine would just load and get the arm. Entire texture into roughness. Okay, got it. Well, now for the building, I don't really have anything planned for it. So for now, I think what I'm gonna do for the building is I'll just make it. This is the default material. So I'll just make this building, I guess. And then we'll just make it like concrete. It'll load in the engine system. Okay. Got it. It might strip the AO from the thing. Okay, yeah, I'll undo it then. I will undo it then. Where's my painted concrete? Is that what I want? Don't do clay floor again. That's bait. The clay floor is bait. We do plastered wall. Rough plaster brick. No, that's 2K. Plugged into the mapping function. Yeah, that's when I looked it up, it said something similar to that. Almost done. Into a mapping function, then you grab the UV scale. I think I might have to play with that later then. That does seem pretty good. So plug the whole thing into roughness, you said. Whole thing into roughness. Okay. So let's just go through all of the all of the ones and just get rid of this, plug it into roughness. I wish that you could get to it from here. You probably can. It's just so much clicking. Okay. All done. It'll look wonky in Blender, but be fine in Engine. Okay. I cannot wait to see this look awful in Engine. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll look good. Who knows? One more. Oh right, the building I didn't UV unwrap. That's why it didn't come through. Okay, I want to see it. Before you aren't inside out. Yeah, I don't think so. I think. Oh. Oh really? How do I do the normals? How do I change the normal? Oh my god. Okay, normals. Flip. Okay, there we go. Mesh. Alt N. Flip. Okay. Oh, no way that this is one thing. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I didn't extrude it down, or I didn't make it come across. Okay, well then in this case, I will probably just do this across. I have to I think I we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do a test. Oh my god, they're off the ground. Okay, there we go. I have no clue if my engine is gonna get the materials right, but we have to try. Oh, also, get rid of the light. Get rid of the stupid fucking light. No Y up. Tangents. And there is. I just never press it. There is. I just don't press it. I have it set up, but I just don't press it. Because I'm stupid, but that's alright. Oh wait, I didn't put it into assets. I have an asset folder now, you fucking bozo. Okay. I have no clue how this is gonna go. Okay, it's dark. It's dark. It's dusty. Okay, the legs are invisible. The legs are invisible. The legs are invisible, and the UVs seem to be fucked up. Okay. God, this is gonna go so crazy once this works. Okay, but why are the UVs so fucked up? Under one node? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I've had two material. Try separating by material. Okay, I don't want to fuck it up, so I'll just go save as. Oh, it's because I don't have triangulation. That's why. It's not that. It's not that. It is not that. It's that I didn't triangulate things. That's what my engine sucks with. It's triangulation. Yeah. Because I don't have real triangulation for it, so I have to do it with modifiers. That's probably, honestly, that's what the problem was all along. I wish you could do modifiers for all of these at once. That's so painful. Not data transfer. Tool to triangulate. I should just implement the triangulation myself. It's not hard at all. It's just I have to code it, but it would probably take like a day. It's not even, because I can just triangulate fan triangulate everything. It just is what it is. I just need to grow up and do it, I guess. Could not calculate. Oh wait, I didn't apply modifiers. Oh, the legs still don't show up. But now the UVs are better. Yeah, it's the triangulation for sure. You can see down here how the triangulation just fucks with it. Try separating by material then? Yeah, let's try it then. Let's try it. Maybe my submeshes are just broken, and that's... Oh, wow, it is. Yeah, my submeshes are just broken then. Damn. Well, that sucks. I guess it's my batching that's wrong. Okay, well, I need to fix that. I need to fix that then. There's a lot of light leaking. We can turn off the this and just see what it's like in 100 iterations. Our texel size is pretty low, but yeah, there's light leaking for sure. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of the light leaking. It's not even from the sunlight. It's actually just from the skybox itself. I could probably try one of the alternative things that I've tried in here is to filter based on back faces or not, and so I could try that. Like better for Linux or Windows. Linux. Yeah, there's less light leaking this way, but it still does happen. Yeah, in a building like this, it's kind of hard. See, for an asset like this, it bakes really fast. It's just like spawns and shit that's hard. Yeah, there still is some, but let me get rid of the skylight. On my computer. There goes the computer. Possibly have ABBs or OBBs that avoid skylight contribution. Just slap them in interiors. Probably. What am I trying to debug right now? I'm not really debugging anything. This is just a model of a bar that I just made, and we're just trying it out in Engine. Yeah, I guess my submesh thing is broken, huh? My indexing is probably broken. Thank you. Yeah, this is when my GPU gets mad. This was going so much faster before. Okay, here we go. Yeah. I think it's cool. It's a bit big. The whole thing could probably go down. Yeah, but this, if I go inside the wall and see, like, the problem is this texel, with a higher texels per unit, it probably wouldn't be this bad, but this texel here hits this wall, hits the ceiling, and gets the contribution from it. So that's the problem with it. Where did I learn shaders? Honestly, from just stealing from other people's shaders. I think that's how everybody learns shaders. You just steal from everybody else until you understand what it does, kind of. Also, just understanding what a dot product is and stuff like that is probably really good. I'm not even sure if the materials are correct. I really have no clue. Yeah, when my GPU isn't mad, I mean the scene is fine. Not have a face inside the roof. Try deleting that. Yeah. Yeah, I could try just having it stop here. Yeah. That's the solution, to be honest, is to just get rid of this. Get rid of the tops. But I suck at Blender. That's kind of the problem. Even at 200 iterations, this still is kind of noisy in here. Kind of wonder, what it would be like with some windows. I don't know if I wanted windows. Feels a bit bigger than in my head. I probably want to bring this in. So there's a seam here. Is this still the space sim? No. This is my new game engine that we're trying to make shit with. I do a Boolean modifier to cut them out. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm just like thinking what it would look like with Windows and if I wanted to have Windows. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so let's put it back to this, and then let's try to get rid of these faces before I leave today. Maybe we can do it. It's kind of a pain in the absolute ass to do so, though. Maybe this works fine. Don't delete that. All right, let's try this then. See if there's still leaking. So gonna delete the walls below? I don't know. I don't think so. They were already separate, I think, things. So let's just try the bake. Oh my god, yeah. It's still happening. That is still happening. With this back on, maybe? I don't know. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. That is much better. It's just so Christmassy with the green and the red. Anyway, pretty fun, pretty fun. I think that honestly I should also do smooth normals on some things here, but yeah. I always delete mine. Oh no. When I get frustrated, I usually just like take a break, or you know, take a break and then take a month off or whatever. You know, I have a tendency to disappear for that reason. I do get frustrated. I just it is hard to jump on top of the stools. There we go. All right. Yeah, I definitely have to scale the whole thing down. It is a bit big, but I also think like it's pretty cool. I think bring this in. It's a bit big. Just the whole thing is a bit huge. Not gonna lie. But I do see the vision. I think we did a good job. You definitely do need like the bar stuff here, like the bottles and shit, and that's gotta all get done. But the idea is that you come into this place, and then this is where, you know, you have to find somebody, and so you have to question people in here. And it's got the crying shoulder thing. Anyway. I will be back later. I'm gonna have some fun playing Drakengard tonight on my PS2. It's so sick that I got the PS2 working and the memory card or whatever on it, so that I can play these old games now. It's so sick. It's a pain in the ass setting it up because I had to burn a disc on this old ass computer, and I just ate through like 3 different discs, and then it finally just barely worked. it took like me just like trying the disc again and again and again, and it randomly just worked. It did not want to read it, so yeah, the old computer is I wonder, it's a pain to power games to USB TBH. Yeah, I only have a small USB. It's only 8 gigabytes, so I can only have 1 game at a time. So that sucks. But I played Silent Hill 3 last night. It was a lot of fun. I never played Silent Hill 3. It's alright. It's a pretty cool game. There's a lot of Moire effects all over it, which is kind of crazy. Like that was normal back then, because I notice it now and I'm like, oh my god, it's like these Moira effects. It's like everything. But I mean, back then it was normal. But literally, like that scene where you're walking down the this exterior, like the backyard of this building, and there's this fence in the wall, and it's just all crawling. Need TAA, yeah, exactly. But that was normal back then. It's pretty cool to see, because that was in my old engine. I had a lot of Moire, and some people liked it and some people hated it. Yeah, I have no clue if the materials are working. I probably have to check if it got imported correctly. There is some light bleeding on the bottom. I have to get rid of those now. Yeah, and there are seams. The seams are the reason the seams become a problem is because of my ambient occlusion. Just that. Until they hear about texture filtering. Wait until they hear about min maps. They're gonna go crazy. They're gonna go absolutely bazonkers. Alright. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys next time. A lot of fun. Peace out.